Welcome. Day 45. Yesterday we worked on a lot of visualizations. We're adding new visualizations for the users. So, for example, right now we have 6 or 7 new ones. So yesterday, some of them I didn't really like as much, but there were 2 that I thought were pretty good for new personalized. So basically, we're adding this new section. Some of these will be for the premium users. These questions. It takes into account your portfolio, but some of them will be the premium questions, right? So maybe we show some. Every once in a while, we show a question or 2 for the user. We either do that or we blur it. Something along these lines. So let me pull up the page. I think it was quant. There was a few pages. Factor map. So basically what we do is, for me to figure out whether we're going to add a new feature, I run a bunch of experiments and see how it turns out. I'm going to do a little test. Test. So I built my little firewall thing here. But it's supposed to, when I connect, then it should switch. So I'm going to investigate that. But let me first navigate to the new page. There was this one that was pretty good. Hey, how's it going, Rob? I'm fixing my chat monitor. Oh wait, Rob, is that you? Holy shit. Someone else joins frequently. Their name is also Rob. And I was like, are you the Rob from before? He's like, no, I have no idea. So I just assumed you were not. But welcome. You're like the OG. The OG Rob. Let me show you what we were working on. Okay, so we have this website. It's kind of for investors. It gives you like a news feed. Let me sign in. And we made a VR version of the website, or working on it. So that's when we were using like 3JS stuff. Let me log in here. Like before. Hey, thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I saw some people were posting. But yeah, this is Rob. You might be interested in this because you're kind of like here back when we were doing It's extremely laggy because we had all these screens and it's just not working super well. So the idea was we're gonna have like screens. I mean, it's working. It's just as soon as we added like 6 or 7 screens, we have to actually start optimizing things. Wow. Okay. Okay. So this is the website and the terminal. So the idea is this is the New York Stock Exchange. We're gonna put the website, all the like different parts of the website, like all the data on these terminals. We have like little NPCs running around. It's gonna be multiplayer. The idea of this is like maybe some marketing aspect at some point. Like you say, hey guys, join our VR website. And everyone will be roaming around. They'll have their own models. And they can look at all the screens and they can interact with the website through the screens. They don't have to use it in VR, but they can. Anyway, that's something we're working on kind of as well. But probably not today. This is Zuckerberg. Okay, it looks like our auto reply is not working. Let me see what's going on. So today I built this like, or I expanded this. We have this, it's gonna auto reply to tons of things in the chat. It's gonna delete things automatically. It's like it's becoming a really advanced mod / filter thing. However, all my testing was locally. It's hard to actually do it because I'm not streaming. So I'm going to see why it's not active currently. Hey, all the people asking what we're doing, I'm going to finish my firewall monitor so it will answer your questions like these. So let me see I might just have to restart it. Maybe it crashed or something. So I'm just gonna bring this over here. This is what I'm working on at the moment. What is this? It's from yesterday or something. Okay. I don't really want to do this because I don't know. Wait on that one. No. So this is not the issue. Right now, the check that the auto reply is running because it's not actually working for the YouTube. I'm pretty sure it didn't connect to the right live stream or something. Check what live stream it's connected to. Also, I'm going to test it over here. Okay. I think to start though, the first thing we're going to do, just restart it. Restart the firewall monitor. Hey Rob, yeah, at some point I'm thinking we might do the financials that we're collecting and or earnings transcripts as well. Might be an API at some point, but that'll be later once we feel like our data is pretty good.
No chains can hold this rebel strife. A spark ignites where dreams collide. the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Hey, Paul, welcome. Okay, it's connected. Maybe the chat monitor was down. It's possible. Hey, this thing is more the marketing. You guys can like join and I would share it, and it's kind of just for fun a little bit too, but it's a mix of things. The VR version of the site. Unless you're asking what the actual site's for, I could explain a little more. But yeah, just check the chat monitor. It might not be running. That's probably what's going on. I think it crashes sometimes, I've noticed. From Saturday. Interesting. Okay. Look at that music. Oh, looks like the music stopped. Yeah. It's for investors, so it gives lots of data based on what kind of investor you are. It gives you charts and information. I can show you. So every day there's a brief morning and afternoon. Gives you the upcoming events, economic calendar. At the end of the day, you can go look at what happened. You can surf the history of, what happened in the past. Like, hey, these are all historical events. Every graph you can see there's, that we have like 16,000 or some crazy amount of data here. 16,000 charts, and it's separated by company financials. This is just one page. This is the Data Explorer. It's one of the tools, and you can save the collections that you care about. The idea is here, this is kind of your one-stop shop for getting all the information you need. You got all the FRED data, government data, you got all the company financials, you got DCFs, insider transactions, company events, got lots of stuff here. Okay, that's where you go to kind of explore. That's in the Discover tab. It's like, but every day you're getting this customized, personalized news thing. This is the AI analysis. This would be like a premium feature. And then you get lots of data. These are kind of like the simple questions. I get this when it errors out, so usually I check why this particular graph had issues. And then these questions I think are more interesting. It's like, based on what happened today, so NVIDIA is down 12% since the all-time highs. What was the historical returns given that? And you can go through the different years and explore, and you get, every day it's different. So I'm using it for myself. The idea is like, I want to be reading these every day. The inspiration's from Drunken Miller. He said it on a podcast. He receives 200 charts every day based on what happened. So that's kind of what we're doing. Based on what the user would care about, giving them lots of visualizations, cool things to look at. So that's one aspect. And then you have the portfolio tracking. So this partly helps, like, the user enters their portfolio. and then we can kind of guess what type of investor they are. I'm noticing recently it's been very slow, so I think we're going to fix that today. Yeah, definitely going to fix that today because I don't really know why it's that slow. And then the research tab allows you to ask your own questions. So, for example, you can ask pretty detailed questions. You can say, how does the tech sector do when in the next 18 days after Apple drops 10% a week? And you can get answers to your questions and visualizations. And it's very fast. So I'll show you. Like, and you can ask, like, you might say, what's the difference between this and Perplexity? You know, it's fast and it generates nice looking charts. And the reason we can do that is we know the data sets, so we've made it easier for the LLM to execute code against it by providing a library. The best, yeah, Miltosh, this is the project that I'm working on. Yeah, okay, so anyways. And then we have a Discover tab, that's the Data Explorer, and the Retirement Lab, so you can figure out when you can retire. I'm gonna definitely investigate some of the things today as far as sometimes we have to go back and start optimizing stuff. Anyways. Okay, so I'm going to test something real quick. Hey, Rob. That's the other Rob. Got two Robs here. Hey, Rob. This is the Rob that I confused you with. I was like, are you this Rob? You're like, no. Okay, cool. This is our little monitor. So you can see, like, I got my controls here. I have, like, let's see. So let's say I say, oh, it's still routing me as a test user. So I just fixed that. I don't like that. All right, so if I send a message and I'm live, like the firewall monitor can tell I'm live, I'm connected, then it should run through my actual account. So you need to fix that. So I'll just put that over here. But I think it should work if I do now. What are you working on? Maybe not. I notice it's sent via the stream chat, just not the actual YouTube chat. Oh, there we go. It's just slow. Technically, everything's a wrapper. Hey, Rob. I made it by, so YouTube has pretty strict API limit stuff. But Restream has all the information. It just so I just grab it from there instead. Locally, because it's already sending your Restream has, you know, they're technically getting it from YouTube, so it's all the same stuff. Just get it from Restream. Okay, let's test this. Test. Still test user. Let's go ahead and restart the Electron app just in case this is the issue. And it auto deletes stuff too, so if you guys say something pretty toxic, I think it will work now, but we'll see. Yeah, nice. The auto reply is working. Okay, but anyways. Can you go ahead and kill the... oh, right, never mind, actually. It's the Electron app, not actually here. Firewall monitor. Yeah, I use Vercel to deploy some stuff. Nice, okay, cool. Now it's connected. So if I send stuff here, I just have to click this button first. All right, cool. That seems to work. If you guys want, you could test sending some toxic. Don't do it. All right. Anyways, back to the thing. Hey, Rob. Yeah, it's live. It's not toxic enough to be deleted. I'll fix one more thing. It's blinking. I don't really like it. See, where's vibe to text? Rob, if you're interested, we built this little tool if you want to. Like,
the stars.
For voice to text. If you're gonna do the same, I don't know if you're using because I was using Whisperflow before. Kind of saves not that much money, but saves 15, I guess. In case you're interested. I don't mention this. Okay, here's the page I was looking for. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm thinking long term. It's not been like too bad or anything. I'm just saying like it would be nice. Okay, one of the major things though is like literally 50 people asking the same question. That's the major thing, right? It's like the auto reply will be super helpful for that. I think it's hey Rob. Damn. The auto reply didn't quite pick up. It's usually supposed to like link the let's see. Okay, so it's there, Rob, that repo. Hey, Paul, it seems like maybe it didn't work. Or did it? Oh yeah, it works. Yeah, okay, cool. So those are the music commands. I like the ammo. Oh, I see. I think the auto reply actually triggered one of the commands. So I'll fix that. Hey Rob, it's oh, it might auto reply to that too. Let's see if it does. It should. That's pretty interesting. Strange. Provide the limit already. There is an API limit for these. Yeah, definitely, Rob. I think it'd be pretty helpful. All the other ones are paid and they're just not super good, I think. I haven't tried a lot, but it's not as exactly what I want as far as... Because like I want multiple things, right? This does multiple things. It's going to delete messages automatically, but it also has another filter. So after this, there's a filter before it gets to on stream. So if it's like if it's kind of just a dumb thing, it just won't show on the screen, but it will still show on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, so for some reason this didn't trigger the auto reply. I don't really understand why it wouldn't. That works. Weird. Oh, there's a 60-second cooldown. Got it. That makes sense. So sometimes it won't reply if I'm spamming it, but it probably would work otherwise. What about automatically saving your messages so you can sync them with lives that you load later? Oh, right now they show on the screen, so they should anyways. Let me look. Yeah, so they're showing on the screen you see on the left there. All right. I think sign. Figuring out why this is loading so slow. I think it might have been this last change I accidentally pressed enter on. Right now this page is loading in pretty slow, but I remember that we supposedly fixed that yesterday by loading in the local files. Can you check what has happened? Probably gonna spend a little time on that portfolio page. So take a look at this. The portfolio page has been very slow recently. Probably just fetching. It's just some sort of dumb thing we're doing here. Check it out.
chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the
So I'm checking if I'm gonna commit any of this. Probably gonna discard this stuff. Hey Rob, so we do have some project level settings. Basically, we just, as we run into similar error patterns, we just tell it to, if it's annoying enough, I don't add it unless it happens a lot, but I don't really do the global level settings as much because it's usually specific to the project. Context, so when it hits 75% here, I try to just, it's always compacting at about 75%. So once I get close, I usually clear and just copy paste over because it's just kind of a waste of time.
chains can hold this rebel stride.
I'm discarding all these because
Spark ignites where
it's just hacky.
beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Yeah, definitely Rob.
Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
This might have broke the new pages because it might have. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna tell it to implement auth the same way as the other pages.
Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Hi, NG. The Autobot responded to you. That's what I spend per month.
No chains can hold
Nice.
this rebel stride.
The Automod is working well.
A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Hey, Ing, I use Cloud Code Max, the subscription, so that helps you. That's probably where you get the best value. There we go. Yeah.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars.
All right, cool. Give me a new company that was added. I'm going to check if it's populated in the front end, but it probably isn't because we need to populate the folder structure using this script. Something like this. I just got reminded, if you guys ever did debates, like those like debate clubs, speech and debate in college or high school, where some people, they speak really, really fast, insanely fast. It's called spreading. I'm just imagining them using cloud code. It'd be pretty wild. Double the speed, triple the speed. Hey Rob, I actually do hit the limits. But it is really good value. I don't know if it'll exist for super long. There we go, much faster. So anyway, these, I like these, and I'm going to expand these today to be more interesting. I think these are going to be a winner for what I want to start displaying for the user. Like, this is a good experiment. Okay, cool. So take a look at this page. I'm gonna close this one too. It's kind of unrelated. I'm gonna commit the auth stuff. Yeah, good. This one's kind of untested. Sure. It's just the tags. We're going to repurpose this page. It's going to be, this is going to be something that's going to be exposed to users potentially. Take a look at our user personas.
Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Their journeys. Hey, we have a Rob. Rob the retiree. Okay, so take a look at these. We want to, the interface we like, but we're kind of wondering if this should be something that's like a workshop area, or if it's more that we're just displaying them every day, something new. The idea is the workshop would be they can play around with it, build their own clusters, and do all sorts of things. The other would just be, we feel like maybe the user would not be so interested in creating their own. Maybe like they would maybe be interested in reading it. So we kind of have to figure out what we're going to do for the page. The automod is on point, dude. Every time I see their message get nuked, it's funny. Oops. Yeah, I feel you.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide.
Yeah, it just deletes kind of stupid messages. And that's gonna make the whole experience for everyone more interesting. Let's see if it works again. I'll probably ban this guy too. Oh, that one passed. Fair enough. Like, goodbye. Oh, Paul, you got nukes.
One can hold the distance. A breath against
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
the tide. I shape the words unspoken. The world unfolds inside.
Actually, I'm gonna plug this in here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think you're right, Rob. I might actually. It's fast. I like how it was made. It's kind of cool. And you know, we'll amp up this interface. And I think you're right. This might be a paid thing for sure. And by the way, I switched to a locally hosted model. So it's an embedding model. So the cost is nothing. except my compute. Makes sense. So how do we figure out the baskets? Probably based on the user portfolio, right? So it's a mix of user portfolio. We can just start with the watch list user portfolio and then just some samples. I think you're right, Rob. This is Cloud Code XS. Speaking, hey Rob, I'm listening to Rob Zombie, so everything is Rob. Our personas are Rob. Multiple people in the chat are named Rob. I'm listening to Rob Zombie. No worries, XS. Hey, Sweaty Palms. It's for our auto nuke bot that like deletes messages and auto replies and stuff. So it's absolutely necessary, right? Anytime we add a new company here, we have to use this script. Can we avoid this going forward? If so, how would we do it? Just talk about it first, because I'd rather not have to run this. The only thing with the auto nuke auto reply thing is Google has API limits that are pretty damn low. You have to apply to get it. It takes about 4 to 8 weeks. So it'll probably take a while before it'll work for the full 8 hours. It'll probably work for a few hours today. And then what it will do, it still does the filter. So it's still filtering so it doesn't get on the stream. But it doesn't actually delete the messages in the chat once it hits the rate limit. Oh yeah, we could do that for sure. Yeah, I think basically we just do this, right? However, if we do this and we add a new file like a DCF, do we have to run it still again? Or maybe not, because the folder already exists. Yeah, definitely Rob. But it's actually a Google Google rate. So let's say someone enters their own API key, it's still going to rate limit them. But then again, you're right, Rob, because that would still be useful for people, assuming they know how to get the API key. You know, it depends on the customer, right? You probably have to guide them through that process. Yeah, most people are not doing 8-hour streams, right? So like the rate limit is fine. But the thing is, for me, it's pretty low for like even with the current amount of chats that if it deletes like I think like 200 or 300, then it's going to get rate limited for 24 hours, I think. So that's not super high. Any tips for making bigger projects? Find like an intersection between interests. So for example, I'm really interested in investing, so that kind of just powers me through. I really find a lot of the data that we're collecting to be very cool, right? So you got to find a project that maybe you studied French in college, or maybe your job, something that keeps your interest in the end result. Definitely not. Is it a competition? Not sure. Where's the... Oops.
Tumbling through the centuries. Where did we begin?
Gotcha. That explains it then. Okay, let's take a look. Still slow as balls. What's going on here? I get the... I think this is the only time I actually have a lot of positions, so it's probably related to that. Relatively a lot, I guess. Take a look, still pretty slow. What's our biggest contributor, do you think? In theory, if we were going to show this on the today's brief, how would we keep it interesting in the sense that I think it would have to be event-based, based on historical patterns. Like, we're keeping track of these every day, and we would note, hey, there's a difference. So there's two components. There's like the surfing these baskets, but then there's the actual when do you notify the user. Yes, the auto reply got it right. I like Cloud. Maybe I should add a little more explanation. Yeah, I just use Cloud and Opus. But if Opus was on open code, I would use it. So it looks like, okay, the auto reply doesn't respond to this, but it's just, as long, you know, this is the reason the title is what it is. I'll just put this. Yeah. Yeah, XS. I work like, for example, today. I'm always thinking about this stream basically because I really enjoy it and I enjoy what I'm working on. So it's basically 24/7, I'd say, in the gym too. I'm just thinking about this. So. I don't dream about it yet though. So. I'm used to looking at the chat over here instead of over here. I don't need to look over there. Hey, Sweaty Palms. Look in the description. We open sourced quite a lot of stuff too. Okay, I'm gonna make a chat for the Ralph Wiggum thing as well. Let me do that real quick. So there are lots of questions like this, these autonomous loops. So include Ralph Wiggum, include AutoCloud, include anything that's like a user's asking about an autonomous loop, autonomous agents. The response should be within the character limit of 250, but it's basically, I don't prefer autonomous agents because I'm sitting at my computer and working with it, and so I'm directing the agent. Autonomous agents are better in the scenario where you're setting it and forgetting it. So you're sending out a spec and then you leave and you want to come back maybe 5 hours later and it's close to done. In my case, it doesn't make sense because I can direct it myself and so it's much more effective and takes less time. It's going to be hard to get that in the... Somehow you're going to have to condense this into the character limit. I didn't specify to add it to the auto reply. Hey, APX, anti-gravity. Hey, Morgan, I'm talking about the character limit for YouTube. This is our auto reply. Basically, we get same questions like a lot, so we just want to answer people's questions. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, and then I'll use this question as well. So a lot of users tend to ask, like, how can I code for, or use these tools in a low-cost way? And we're going to say basically you can use anti-gravity and some others. You get some free credits. Yeah, it limits you after a while. That's kind of the nature of the... Okay, cool. That's done. Okay, I'm gonna add this as well. I'll just add this. A lot of users tend to ask, why not use this model, use that model? You can just basically say that based on my experience working on the project, Opus 4.5 has been the best model, but GPT 5.2 did edge out in some scenarios, but overall I prefer Opus. Its codex is also slow, so if they have a fast codex, then I would use it more, but it's just too slow. I don't know why I call you guys users. I'm not users. You're viewers. Not users yet. Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm thinking about this, whether we want to add this or not to today's brief. I look at this again. See, I like these. The reason I like them is it kind of fits the idea of you start with a theme and you work backwards to how you're going to play the theme, right? However, this does not consider valuation stuff. So let's talk about that first, actually. So this is good. I like it. However, we need to incorporate some level of valuation stuff to this. What are some iterations we can do based on this? I don't know why the reggae is in this chill playlist. I'm going to remove it. Wasn't this one? Okay, this is the auth thing. Hey, Rob, not yet. Rob, I get the sense people don't really like watching me build the New York Stock Exchange. Like, there's like a group of people that like 3JS kind of visual, and then there's like another segment that think I'm just working on a game, and then they just bail. And so I don't, I'd like to work on it though. I think it'd be kind of fun to add the multiplayer. I think I will, but for now I'm gonna focus on the product, and then once we get to the marketing stage, then I'll work on the VR thing a little more. Because that's what it is. It's hey Kai, welcome. Forgot to say dude. Critical. You could do these radial things for just pure valuation stuff too. Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab another coffee. I'm back. So I don't really want to add it here. I know there's a way to do this without doing this. Check your implementation. It should match the other pages. Yeah, big coffee. Mostly milk, if I'm honest. But so I'll attach app tsx or just the paths. I'll find it. I see. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. It should run at the end of everything, right? So after we've done the DCF, after I believe this is hooked up to the insider transactions as well as the company events. If so, it should be. If it's not, it should be. So let's check that. Before continuing, let me know. Oh, hey, Rob, missed some of your messages here. You can make it so your users expand on the virtual environment. Obtain the stock exchange and your grass and resources. Yeah, that'd be fun. You know, whether it's actually practical. In order for it to be a 3D space, there has to be either something productive that adds, which is definitely not. So then it's more entertainment. If it's entertainment, it's probably more a marketing thing. Because it wouldn't be something that people would use regularly. You log into a VR stock exchange and look at charts. Probably not. Just go to a website. Not yet. Yeah, there is. Go ahead and find it. It's either in this repo. The initial load's still very slow. Let's go ahead and come up with a strategy. My suspicion is partly the charts themselves, because I remember we switched to D3 charts and it was better, but let's double check this. I think it might be. We made another branch for that. Check. I might just pull it in, start working on that. Hey Chad, welcome. Welcome back. He's locking in. Hey, thanks, XS. In order to do this, we need more valuation stuff, though. The reason, well, we'll just use some sample data, I guess, to start. All right, so we're going to start with, you're going to pull these. I grab it. I gotta sign in. Actually, I'll use just use Apple or something. So just it doesn't need to be every single one, but we're going to develop a strategy based on what we currently have stored. So take a look here. We should have everything we need to compute these. So actually, we can just do it, actually. Just go through maybe a couple hundred. Hey, Sam, so let me see if the thing responds. Oh, interesting. Maybe it didn't reload or something. Let me check. Yeah, but to answer your question, it's not really for me. Is the answer here. I mean, could it have been because you said Ralph instead of Ralph Wiggum? It's not bad. I guess there is some limits as far as the intelligence of some of these. This failed for this. Okay. All right, so you're going to develop a plan here, put it here. Yeah, do you mind asking, I'm just going to ask the same question here. It might be because sometimes the hot reloading doesn't work, so then I have to actually restart it for new changes. Oh yeah, I think that's what's going on. Otherwise, it definitely would have triggered. That's fine. I'll leave it for now. Yeah, I think it's. I need to reload it, but I don't really want to. Yeah, fine, I'll do it. More importantly, just figuring out why it's not hot reloading. It's ah. Yeah, but actually query Firebase storage so that we have a full, the full information that you need to build this plan. Oh yeah. Your default is that you like to start this with npm start. Let's just remove npm start. We're always going to run an npm run dev. Wow, that was butchered. All right, I'll try it again. Yeah, there we go. Looks like it's still using the Gemini LLM. Interesting. Have to fix that later. Doesn't really matter that much, as long as it works at the moment. So in this particular scenario, we need to, I mean, this was a question, right? So let's examine the prompts. What in particular made this mistake, you think? Hey, Rob, feel free to contact me on this email here, because I don't know where to find your email there. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Where's this other prompt here? Sure. All right, cool. We're gonna create a script and put it here. Eventually, this is going to be attached to but for now, I'll put a quick list of what valuation ratios we can get out of the ones listed that I sent you. I use a Google Workspace, Gary. But what I'm gonna do is, because I just did the trial, I'm gonna disable that, and then I'm going to just forward it to my other email probably, because I probably don't need it, and especially in the beginning, I don't really need to send from email. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have this yet. That's fine. All right, cool. Let's make this script. When you're well, before you begin, tell me about your design. But you need to make it. You need to understand how these scripts are hooked together, and then just explain how you're going to implement it. Basically, the way this works is this is run every quarter, every month, but it shouldn't update all of the valuation data. It should just actually, in this case, I think this does actually have to recompute all those. The other ones is just kind of collects only the new data. I think in this case, I always forget the name of this page. I always think it's RG, then something else. Oh, it is RG. Hey, Big Task, how's it going? Definitely is RRG. Oh, it's because it doesn't have the. These are little experiments to figure out what we're going to add next. Why did it forward to here? Strange. There we go. Oh, it's spelled auto. That's fine. All right, I was gonna go find the other branch. So this branch was specifically for the portfolio page, correct? Wow, that's a big one, Big Task. Oh yeah, I've actually noticed this. Oh, you guys can't see. Duh. I'm speaking faster today. That's probably the coffee. That's actually kind of funny. I actually notice I am speaking faster. Huh. It says it's tomorrow. Strange. Yeah, I got more positive. That's true. It's funny because it's totally true. Like the other day, Cloud Code kept crashing and everything, and today I'm like, yeah, stuff is working. That's pretty funny. I need a cup of coffee. Yeah. Hey Gary, let's see if it responds. Fantastic. There it is. That's what we're using. Pretty sure the way it knows that I'm in a better mood is like how many times I say fantastic per day. This is like this is peak for the last week. Probably said fantastic at least 20 times. Oh, this is the old thing. Where the hell? Huh. Oh, maybe we just made it a file, but we didn't make it another branch. It's possible. Yeah, so we were working on D3 portfolio charts. It should be somewhere in this repo. I think it's like D3 portfolio example or something like this. Wow, the Autobot's on fire. Fantastic. Yeah, exactly, Gary. It auto pastes wherever you're selected. However, depending on your machine, if you're on Windows, I have done no testing on Windows, so my guess is it won't work if you're on a Windows machine. But I added some things. I basically depended on Cloud to add some things for compatibility, but whether it actually works, I would need to, use a VM or something. But if you're on Windows, it'd be great if you try it and you see what's working, what isn't. Feel free to fix it too if you want. All right, cool. So that should reduce the loading of this page by quite a lot. Let's test it out. Oh. 401, interesting. Getting a 401 with your new change. Oh, maybe I'm signed out. I'll check. And then I think it's time to increase the expiry of the token because, yeah. Okay, it was that. Nice, much faster. Very good. So basically, the reason why this was taking a while, every page was loading in the today's brief, which adds an extra second or two before it loaded in because it was a bug. Yeah, great. Let's see if it responds. Those. Huh, it should have responded. Maybe hit the rate limit. Oh, actually, it's not showing on the monitor either. Let me check the logs. Nice, Gary. Nailed it. Let's see. Let me bring this in here. Go ahead and check the logs. It actually missed some messages, interestingly. Huh. Notice it didn't even bring your message in. So this is interesting. It actually didn't bring this message in at all. Somehow filtered out. Check the chat monitor. Is it there? Hey, thanks, Jairus. Never reached it on the logs at all. Huh. Interesting. So I guess we'll see how often that happens. I'm gonna send that message myself, see if it auto replies. Okay, cool. Dope. So I just sort of drop the message. Yeah, Gary, I'm going to use my my locally hosted embedding model, Olama, and it will use it to route to the right action. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You can go ahead and you can make the scripts. Don't connect it to everything quite yet. Make the script. We're going to test it on one company. It should store it in the same place all the other scripts store it, under the folder that all the other scripts store it at. So, make the scripts, run it on. And the way that it works is like based on, this is like a pipeline, right? It goes from, there's a step. It's all done synchronously at the moment. So by the time it hits this one, we will have populated all the prior things that you'll need. And then you can just go fetch it from the places they stored it at. Yeah. I use Cloud Code for basically, like I use it for basically everything. And when I tell people, like for example, my girlfriend or something, like, hey, I'm doing this, building this, and you're like, you tell someone, hey, you can actually do that with these AI agents. They're like, but isn't that for coding? So I think there's just a little bit of delay in how good these models are. You can use it for anything really. To help you with writing. Now, is it like can do everything for you? You still have to direct it, but it usually helps. Yeah, so we're going to integrate this, but before I send this, I'm going to commit because we're switching to the new charts. They're just way faster. I'm just going to reload these pages, make sure I don't have that same error. All right, because we're currently doing a merge conflict. Oh, right, I see. Some of these changes are over here. Mm. Yeah, so bring the populate events into the same folder so we find it in the future. Cool. I'll be right back, guys, while it does that. In the bathroom. Hey, Danny. Mr. Message, yeah, we updated the auto reply. Yeah. That's how coffee be. Still the merge conflict. That's because the backend stopped with all the merge conflicts. Okay, cool. And the new ones. I'm getting like a lot of notice. What is this? Cool. Let me test this out. So this is going to look really bad because we have to tune it. I think we only did it for the portfolio. Let's take a look here. Oh, right, yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and integrate this with the portfolio page. I'm not sure if we did this. Oh no, I see what's going on. 1 second. Thanks, Gary. Hey Gary, that's a little outdated, but for all of our projects, for example, the shorts creator and things like this, that's what I use FFmpeg for. I also use it whenever I'm doing anything video related. I just ask Cloud to bring in the library, make a little script. So that could be even making a video on the repo or like a little GIF. It can just do it real fast. Hey Eric, I assume that's some sort of autonomous agent kind of thing. I do have a auto reply for that, but it's just like I don't really vibe with that workflow. It's just not my style because I'm sitting here working, so I prefer to guide the AI. So those autonomous agents, it's just not really something that would help me personally, unless like, you know, maybe right when I leave, I send out a task for me to pick up in the morning or something. All right, cool. Yeah, that sounds good. But before you do that, you need to make sure Conductor is a GUI for Cloud Code and integrates well. So, okay, I'll look it up, I guess. Conductor. Yeah, so it's kind of like what I have now, you know, I got all my windows managed. I personally like my setup, but everyone has their own preferences, you know. But thanks for the... Okay, this is gonna look bad to start. Yeah, as you guys can see, you know, it's faster. Let's fix the error though. Looks like you might be overloading. This is either, I think this might be our rate limit actually. So just to increase this, because we hit this sometimes, it's a little bit too aggressive. And increase it by literally 10x, I would say. Okay, not bad for a first iteration here. Just got to fill out the... I remember there were some problems with this though. Okay, so number one, you need to implement this in a very similar way as it was before, so that basically when specifically for the portfolio page, when you add positions, change anything, cost basis, all that needs to work essentially the exact same way as the prior one, because a lot of work has been put into that. So start with that first. We'll see if it succeeds. If it doesn't, we just discard. That's fine. This could be a good way to cross-check things too. Oh, not the Apple. Try to understand why ours would be different. Maybe. Yeah. I'm very curious. It might be maybe that we included one extra. Looks like about double, so I wonder. Did you make sure that's on parity with the original? Ah. I can go check this actually. Still wondering how we're going to integrate this one. I think it's like fine. It's kind of cool to keep track, but I don't know. I don't think we'll use the visualization maybe until we can figure out what would make sense for the user. I can maybe talk about that. Probably have to ID on a few things today. I have one over here that I need actually. Where is it? Hey, Alex, welcome. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Did you move the script already for folder metadata? Did you put it in this directory? No, but double check. Actually, I can validate this. These obviously should be billions, but despite that. So these figures here, you can validate with the with these figures whether our So I wanted to expand this out today as well. A lot of things to do, but what to focus on. to test the performance fix works. It's always first load. So it's just some sort of, it's what we load before we cache something. That's what's going on. Okay, we're still having some portfolio performance issues. We'll get there. There was a lot of things we could go through. What we figured out is that it's always first load, so it's the load before we cache that's causing some problems. It's too slow. It's probably 7 seconds. So either some refetching or we're just fetching too much. It's possible with some of these charts we're getting a little bit too granular data, but let's go ahead and check out what the next optimization to do is. Yeah, go ahead and move these over, or this over. Okay, sorry. Yeah. That's very clearly what's okay, DCF extraction, same issue. Let's see. All right, take a look. We have to fix our extraction script then. But we might need to fix the first one too. Take a look. Cool, not bad. Just the lines are in the wrong place, but other than that, oh, you guys can see. So I'm gonna use the DOM extractor. DOM extractor, where are you? For some reason, my DOM extractor is not running. Can you check the logs for Hammerspoon? I like how it's not removing anything, it's just changing the chart that's being loaded in. That's nice. We might need more performance related stuff, so I'll leave that one for now. Yeah, I think this one should be good. I don't think I gave it this data. What? I guess I might have looked it up. That's kind of funny. Vlog City. What's Vlog City? I think the reason I'm confused about this is like if this was an issue, the DCFs would have been really bad. Like we would have seen that. So I'm gonna double check. It seems a little mysterious. Hey, thanks, Alex. Someone says, I like something, and then the auto reply is like, I like this. That's dumb. Yeah, I agree with you, Matthew. 100%. It's just slow. And I don't like how I can't really see what it's doing until right right before it finishes. So I'm just like waiting around like something is strange with some of these. Tricky. I think there's probably two problems. Number one is probably a units problem, which I think is just a display issue, which is fine. But then the second problem is this one. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Cool. Okay, it's looking a little better. So if you guys are wondering, we're bringing a new chart that's going to be more performant. Love warp. Huh. He's not saying it now. Looks like someone froze. There we go. Oh, Paul, you're gonna get deleted. Maybe not, though. I think the next feature I'll add for tomorrow is I'm going to whitelist some users. So like over time, I just whitelist some users and then they'll never be, they won't even go through the filter. That'll be really easy. Plus it'll save API usage. How's it going, Yassine? Hey Rob, welcome back. Yep, definitely Rob, adding project level cloud files. Not so much the global ones, because it kind of depends on the project. Usually the what it's failing at. There's the units issue. It sounds fine, but I think there's a secondary issue here. For example, not bad, but you can't click these two. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's looking pretty legit now. A little slow on the longer year ones. Once it caches, though, it's good. Oh yeah, this is much better. Those animations were kind of cool, but like a little gimmicky. All right, now we'll do our more extensive testing, I'd say, for the new charts. So I'm going to delete stuff and add stuff and all that good stuff. Okay, that looked good. I didn't see any change to the chart in that case. Let's see. 1,000. All right. Well, granted, those are kind of hard to see, but I will add from beginning. Oh, weird. So I'll report this problem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, massive. We cache in the data. That's the slow part. Hey, Yassine, you can look in the chat. I mean the description. All right, so go ahead and look at the. So when you when you remove a bunch of active positions, actually, I think this might be right because we have closed positions. Okay, let me remove these two. Oh, nice, great. Okay, let me start adding in a bunch. Yeah, this is right, because you buy it cheaper than it is, it spikes. Hey Maxud, thanks for the suggestion. Maybe one day. Yeah, this is fast. These are way better. So if you guys are ever building charts and your projects, you know, if anything, I have experience with building these charts. We've spent a lot of time on this project working on visualizations and charts. Use D3, the library. AI is very good at D3. A lot of popular libraries use D3 under the hood, but AI is extremely good at just making stuff with it. So that's what I would recommend. I have used tons of libraries at this point, so I can say that with some degree of confidence. A little laggy on the initial load if you click around, but after it caches, it's good. All right, cool. Oh, we gotta fix that though. This was the error when we tried to drag and zoom. So let's fix this as well. If you guys are looking for voice to text, this is totally free. It's in the description if you want it. Has a bunch of statistics. I really like using it. It's actually a lot of fun. I like seeing my sentiment go up and down. Also, this has the same feeling to me as like a commit graph. Like when I look at it, it makes me like cool. Like, nice, that's good. Make sure the statistics, everything. Yeah. Oh, right. We have to update. I forgot. We got to update another section first. We have the, when you click in. Oh, I think we maybe just figured out what the lag is. Hey, Yassine, sometimes, depending on the project, like for example, on this project, we use a local embedding model. And for this, my great firewall here, it's also going to use an embedding model for the routing of how it works for the YouTube chat. But for the most part, I'm using, for all the coding, I use Opus. Opus is very good. All right, so we're going to replace this chart with T3 as well. Prompt tool to overlay all current charts. Oh, I see. You're talking about these, this overlay here. Hey, Gary, depending on the model, it's actually pretty good. So I ran it before on my 16 gigabytes of RAM MacBook, and I ran Olama, and it's pretty good for a lot of tasks, like mostly routing stuff, right? So let's say you have a series of actions you're trying to get the LLM to decide what to do. You can use Olama or some other local model to choose which action to take based on some input. So for example, you guys, in this case, the input is your chat and YouTube, and then it decides which action to take, which is what message to send. And so stuff like that, it's pretty good with that kind of specs. Right now I'm on a 48 gigabytes of RAM MacBook though. So, but you know, these models, the models that I'm choosing, it's like Nomad embedding or something. These are pretty small, so they should work on many types of devices. Given my specs, I could probably upgrade the how much context. Oh yeah, so I think I'm sending. It's expanding as I'm at. It depends which app, but it's expanding as I'm working on this great firewall thing. If I had to guess, maybe 2,000 tokens in input. Output is just an action, so it's just like, literally like 10 10 letters. So actually, that's not right. That's not quite right. It's probably more like 10,000 tokens because it's expanding this like dictionary of responses. So, but we're using for our research. So this thing here, this is an embedding model that the server's hosting for the suggestions for the questions, and this is using the mini LLM, the sentence transformer library, and that one's pretty good too. But it's a smaller model, so we might make it if we have trouble with this. We just want to be fast though. Okay, sometimes I get sidetracked what we're doing. Changing these charts over here. Let's see if I should probably add that question too. You seen to the auto reply, but it's just I have my inflation calculator, which makes like not a lot, like 2,000 a year. Not livable or anything, but that's it. There's nothing else. As far as the software stuff goes. All right, so this is our ticker page. Take a look. We're going to bring in D3 to here as well. Works very similarly as what you've implemented. It's just obviously a much simpler version. But you can go ahead and adapt, make a new component if you need for this. I think it's fine if it's a new component. I'm gonna commit first. Oh, whoops. I should add these to the git ignore. I'll do that now. Hey. But I'm back to being cooked. So wagworn. Not sure what that means, but welcome back. Some Wheaties. I feel like there's much tastier cereals. Interesting. I assumed it's a typo, but it's actually that's a thing you guys say? Wagworn? Huh. That means what's going on? Wagworn. Interesting. I would have never learned that if I didn't stream. Cool. I'm gonna check this fix. Wagwan. Interesting. What a guan? Huh. That's great. The only thing is like you should be able to drag and whatever, but it's okay. Okay, you definitely should be able to drag though, or at least reset it. So let's fix that. Okay, you definitely should be able to click, you know, instead of just reset zoom, you should be able to click one of the 1 year, 2 year. We don't need to blank those out. I don't know what's taking this one so long. I was trying to test our the DOM extractor again, but for some reason it wasn't loading. So I'm doing it. You can just check the logs, right? I'm doing Command Shift M to activate our DOM extractor, but it's not initiating, so there must be some error or something. Cloudflare X for cell hosting. Actually, Kale, a lot of people have been saying this in the chat. Like, apparently it's kind of tricky. You're like the third or fourth message about trying to set up Cloudflare and Vercel. With Vercel. Cool. That should be fixed. Let me check. Very fast. I like. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do, Kale. Like, I don't really worry with it until, like, if I have a project that starts doing well, then I'll do it. But I don't really get the point otherwise. No one's doing anything. Not yet. If it happens, then I'll just do it. But just... I think you didn't swap it out because that's still the old rechart. And then we'll remove the library. Once, because I don't think we're using it for anything else anymore after this. Probably not going to commit that. How's it going, Ben? Welcome. Hey, Daily. I notice Ben always joins right when Kale joins. You guys must both be in the UK or something. All right, let's pause here. All right, let's pause. Let's do a quick summary here of what we just did, because I'm going to go through. I think there's a few issues here, and so we gotta knock out each one of them. However, it still doesn't answer this fundamental question. Let me show you. Oh, cool, Ben. Oh, let me go to Apple because that's the one we changed. I mean, there are probably 3 to 4 issues here, unfortunately. Let me see. Yeah, this looks right. Definitely looks right to me. What's going on? The TTM is right, I think. Oh, that explains why the DCFs are working, potentially. I think this is right, but then does this accumulation thing. Oh, fantastic. Well, true. It's not technically right, but it's... But that explains why these are all reasonable figures. The projections, at least. Okay, sounds good. So when you ran the test on Apple, can you show me the new figures? So you didn't actually store that in Firebase or anything, basically. You just ran a local test, just making sure. And then we're going to create a little correction script because this one's kind of easy. This will be much faster than refetching all the... You don't need to refetch all the filings. You can just... Sounds good, Kale. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I just use what... I like to use. It doesn't... Like I use Firebase because I'm used to it and I like it. But once it scales, it's we consider other things. So yeah, what I actually want to do though is just we can make a correction script, so it's a new script to fix this particular issue for the. Yeah, exactly, Kale. There's just a lot of this marketing stuff. There always is like it's either gimmicky or some sort of like UI thing. There's just so many that are not that good. Just you can make your own stuff. Oh really? Oh, that explains it. Oh right, gotcha. Let me fix this. Nice, that works. Cool. I'll be right back. Very cool. I'm back. So we don't need to do that. So we don't need to scan all the companies. You can figure out by the screenshot here. Hey, why would the rest? That's a little strange. Oh, gotcha. I guess it already did the scan, so I can just continue. Let me check this. It's still a little too slow for the initial load, I would say. Doesn't need to load in every day. I'm pretty sure the initial load's just because it's loading in every day. Hey, so basically we don't need to load in daily points for a year. We can load in maybe every, well, I guess ideate first. What do you think makes sense percentage-wise, given a year, 2-year, 6-year? Hey, welcome, Harsh. Cool. I'm going to add to the get ignore to this one. There we go. Sometimes there's this weird delay. That's what I get for using the UI. All right, so I'm gonna commit some of these things. Definitely not this one. Not yet. We need to test this more. Okay, I think everything else is good. Wait, I think it actually is using D3 charts. It looked... Wait, did you actually change the D3? So basically it should be the same colors as the portfolio. kind of interesting. This has oh, I get it. It's wrapping around. It's Sunday. Cool. It actually updated. This was the D3 chart. Nice. A little too slow. Other than that. Oh. Oh yeah, the downsampling. Let me check what it did there. Oops. Oh, I see. The downsampling is what caused the issue. Mhm. I just discard because I liked what it was before. So I just so we know it was that specific change. Oh, maybe it's actually not related. Interesting. Interesting. Some sort of weird bug. Or it doesn't fill the container. But it only happens sometimes. So just give me the list of the financials that were accumulated. How's it going, Topics Archive? A user. It's a tool that we built. If you guys want, I can explain how it works, but I'm kind of curious, users, if it's going to auto-reply to you. Looks like it didn't. You guys can see. I'm going to test it again. I guess the LLM, the way that you asked the question, it didn't trigger. But yeah, that's the playlist. Thanks, Broad Vulture. I suppose we should probably run this on a new one, but I think we'll fix the other issue first because they're kind of both doing the same sort of thing. So the way all of these were reported is they were all accumulation. All right, cool. Another thing is I actually want to understand how the script works. Can you explain how this correction script is working? We're going to validate. Because it's kind of a pain when you run a correction script and it's wrong. And there's like 1,000 companies. Oh, which one did it use it for? Walmart. All right, let's fix the display thing next, though. I wish I would have done Apple because we know this, what these should be. I'll show you a user. We use this every time we do something hard, we make documents, and then we do implementation docs, but it also keeps a running architecture for how our code base works. So then I can just attach the folder when I need it. Some of the downsides to that, though, is it's the code base grows, it gets harder and harder to find the files. And sometimes you'll find me just like, where was it? I have to ask the LLM to find the doc, which it can do. It just takes a little longer. And check the music is still playing. Yeah, it does. But we ask the LLM to, we iterate on the docs with the LLM, so it's not like we're writing it ourselves. All right, cool. Can you run it on Apple first? So I'm using our DOM extractor so I can tell it what's going on. Ah, I gotta fix that problem. That's annoying. Okay, there we go. All right, so I pasted the DOM. Here's the image as well. Hey Vikram, how's it going? Try to evaluate it this way. You can see that the D3 chart is not filling the container. Some sort of strange UI bug that happens sometimes. That sometimes helps. We will see. I'm going back to this other page. I'll just get it done. Okay, so I'm going to turn this into a workshop so I can... Yeah. First thing, though, is this valuation thing. We're almost there. I keep wanting to do this, but I need the valuations ratios first to build the page that I want. But we had to correct the DCF financial stuff first. Okay, let me check that it's right now. Actually, I'm going to save that page because I keep forgetting the path. Okay, it's still doing it. But there's this script that we have to run whenever we make a change to the data. We likely have to run this script in order to update the UI. All right, so we're gonna create a plan here. Oh, fixed it. What was the problem? I'm curious. So guys, this is why this tool is useful. Sometimes it just needs the DOM to better identify, especially if it's a UI bug. So you just copy and plug it in. So in this case, it appears to have found the little pesky situation. Nice. I think I discarded this one change, but it's a small change, so I'll just tell it to fix it. Awesome. Now all you need to do is make it so when I zoom, I can just still click the dates. Those shouldn't be blanked out. Excuse me. All right, and then the other thing, which we also discarded, but it should be pretty quick. And then we'll do the sampling. All right, so you probably have this in your conversation history, but go ahead and implement the T3 chart for the ticker page. I'm going to commit that as well. I have the confidence. Succeeded. Yep. You guys can see. So this is a premium feature. The reason why it's a premium feature is it's a really cool Excel file. Like it's as soon as you bring it into your Google Sheets, it's automatically updating the prices. It's hooked to everything. So your transaction data has all the Sharp ratios, everything that's interesting. Every day you check it, it replaces. Every day you check it, it's all the stats are updating. So it'd be a way to keep track of your portfolio just with Excel, and that's kind of fun. So that's why it's a premium feature. Also, it has your transaction history and everything all in one place instead of a bunch of different brokerages. I notice a lot of people join and like everyone's just confused what I'm working on. And it doesn't matter, like I explain it a lot, but the problem is with 8 hours of streaming to find the parts where I say it. So I might just make a video at some point so I can just, this is where it is. Overcommits would have not better to have much more specific. Hey user, you're right in the sense if there was many people working on this project, I would care more about the commits. But it's just me. You know, it matters when there's everyone's committing. You have this, you know, sometimes there's merge conflicts. Obviously, I would never do that in that kind of project. But yeah, maybe one day, maybe there will be some people working on this, you know, or some other thing that are nice. In which case, I would probably do what you've said here, which is use an LLM or just write it myself because it doesn't take too long. But the LLM is actually pretty good at commit messages. However, in a real dev environment where you have a lot of people working, I'd probably still be squashing all my commits into one commit for the same types of changes. All right, so I'm going to clear this. You guys can't see what I was doing. Yeah, user, you're not a bad eye. Nice. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I could definitely hook that up. It just hasn't been a pain point for me. But if I find that I'm going back at my commits enough, then maybe that's a useful thing to do. You can make a little git hook every time you commit. Maybe attaches a description or something. It could be cached. That's one thing. I'm gonna check another browser. So the plan has to do with this. It's the evolution of using this for more valuation-oriented data. Finding moves of two standard deviations, that's when would hypothetically be a trigger, but it's the same UI roughly. So in this doc, it's going to be more of a design, ASCII design type thing. Double check the data. Right now, the UI is still the same. Let's just double check it. Looking, it's actually here. All right, the ticker page. Let me check that real quick. Okay. I'm seeing that this issue that we're having here is pointing to a timing issue. I know that because it has recurred, and we didn't change anything related. So the evidence for this particular issue where it's not filling the container points to a timing issue because it is back, even though there were no changes made in this region. So investigate this particular situation. Compacting. It's actually not this one. It's the same one like this. Oh, gotcha. Hey, Electrum. How's it going? Croatia. Cool. I'm listening to Halo music. Very nostalgic. Cool. Sounds good. Tricky. It's very interesting. After you made the change, it hot reloaded. And then it worked. Loaded correctly. Well, two things you're going to do. Number one, double check. Hot reloading. We don't have the file there that's disabling it. Number two, investigate that particular timing issue, right? You have a hot reload. Something messed with the timing that it loaded correctly. But then on a refresh, the timing was different. So let's talk about this first. Oh, Rob. Yes. All the Robs are like, every Rob that joins this stream is like my kind of person. They're interested in the same things, and it's funny. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. Halo 2, that was fun, man. That was definitely like good times, I would say. Hey, system. I think you're asking, do I programming or something? Or what am I programming? This is something, right? I'm programming an investor app. Hey, Pero, I do have an X account. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I think that this is exactly what's going on. All right, let's check it out. Yeah, let's get this. Nice. So our automod is also deleting like crypto spammers. That's great. Hey, Nishan, you got to do exclamation skip. Hey, Boz, we use some tools to help us. We use Greppy, but with that said, I'm still burning loads of tokens. That's just the nature of this kind of thing. The way that you've approached this, I think, is probably over-engineered. Let's get back to the basics. If you have an infinite loop, you're doing too much. Hey, Sean, let's see if it responds. Nice. So, Gary, my bot does not ban anyone, but it does delete their messages, and then I look and see if I should ban them, and then I do. So, like, for example, it was a crypto spammer that just started spamming some stuff, and now he's gone. Very interesting. The trickiest bug of them all. For the subs to. Are you asking like a more in-depth? The reason I include 430 is because it's going to be in this range. Nice. Yeah, so Gary, you were deleted instantly. All right, so this is proving to be a very tricky bug. We're going to use our go-to. I just find it funny how often that works. It's just saying something stupid like that. Yeah, I do for this month. Whether I do going forward, I'm not sure. So 2, and then the API is just the Flash. So it's very cheap. Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Yeah, these are DRZ. These are just all cloud code instances. They work on different tasks. This is just bootstrapped. Give me 3 potential reasons why this would happen. it's a timing thing. It's just a race condition or something. Make sure it's, yeah, this is the component being used, so it's definitely not that. Is this a method that would work, provide marketing and sales? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just go ahead and add a bunch of logs for this. We're going to do it this way. Currently configuring an admin dashboard. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say if I had to break down what we spent, I mean, what time we spent percentage-wise, I would say 30%, used to be 40%, but 30% on the research page with the general language router, all this complicated stuff. Probably 30% on UI, 30 to 40% maybe even actually. And then the rest is experimentation and the other features. Yeah, I just get tired of people asking MRR every day. Because I get why they ask it. It's just they don't. I should maybe put an auto reply too. Because it's not really we're not doing a get rich quick thing here. I don't really believe in that. You're not gonna make a product that makes you a lot of money in a month. It's just never gonna happen. Like maybe if you get really lucky. These kind of things take a long time, and you might fail. So you could spend years and fail. It's probably 50-50 depending on what your prior skills were before. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Cube Valerie, we use PostHog. I really like it. Yeah, DRZ, I think what I should tune the bot to do is not just delete it, but give an auto reply. So that way the person, like, I don't blame you for asking a question. It's just like, when you do this every day, there's probably at least 50 to 100 people asking that question. Well, not that particular question, but questions like it. I'm working over here currently. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. I'll just add because I'll forget. To the Great Firewall, we're going to add, so when we delete a message about these types of questions, we're also going to put in an auto reply. So we might need to make a new auto reply. So basically, if someone asks, how much money are you making? It should just default to the, we'll create a new action. The new action is basically, this is not a speed run, so we don't anticipate to produce revenue. We're currently pre-revenue for the foreseeable future, something like this. Hey Paul, I'm still using iTerm. I might try some different terminals at some point. I'm glad you appreciate the name of it, Kale, because I think it's funny. Oh, I'm not over here. I'm just reading this to see if this is actually going to fix it. Oh, it's just adding them. So, okay. We're going to reload this. It's not going to work. And we're going to get the logs. This is the plan. There we go. Hey Gary, the way it works is I'm very much limited by the API usage for YouTube. And so I realized that Restream, which is the streaming I use, comes in with all the information we need to grab all the chats and get the IDs and stuff. So I just am getting it from there. And then that's how so I'm not polling the YouTube chat. I'm polling locally what's coming in from Restream. And that's how I'm doing it. And then I have some, I use the YouTube API for the rest of the stuff. Hey Rans, I think the auto reply should answer that. Yeah, nice. All right, cool. So the new action is if a user asks about revenue, it'll just give this response. And it will delete their message too, so maybe we shouldn't, but yeah, we don't need to delete that message. Yeah. So the questions about how much money you're making, that's fine. I think it's okay at the moment. Well, we do anticipate producing revenue at some point, so probably modify that a little bit. I'm not going to mention the inflation calc. No one cares about the inflation calc. That's stupid. I don't need to put that. Hey DRZ, I'm on, actually speaking of that, I'm gonna make that an auto reply too. Okay, we're gonna add this to the auto replies. Just answer we're on. Okay, cool. Oh, you guys can't see it, sorry. This is the answer, DRZ. 48 gigabytes unified memory, M4 MacBook Pro, 16-inch. All right, cool. Thanks, Gil. Also, it's kind of like hacking a little bit because now whenever there's like someone that comes in and says something stupid, it actually boosts my mood, like because I get to see the Great Firewall like shoot their chat. I should make an animation like explodes. Kind of like biohacking, I meant to say. All right. Let's see if that worked. Hopefully. Ah, tricky. Yeah, definitely, Danny. I like how that said it twice. That's fine. Yeah, probably true. I figure, okay, 400 milligrams is the limit, but it's probably a little higher because they like to be conservative. So I'm probably just about right considering my size and the conservative nature of their estimates. But I don't, that's not medical advice. All right, we're gonna try the try again prompt. Fantastic. Surely to work. Okay. So I'm gonna get the logs for when it worked versus when it didn't. Hey, entropy. I think this might help. We will see. So at the top, I pasted the logs for when it didn't work. This was on a refresh, and the bottom is the logs when we hot reloaded on code refresh, which was working. Ah, okay. It's very common, I notice, whenever there's some sort of thing it's stuck on. It's because it's kind of like looking at the wrong file. It's classic. All right. Especially UI stuff. I'm gonna go look at this page. Oh, nice. This is right now. That's a little confusing though. I'm gonna understand this a little better. So you're saying this page here? Then we'll change the units. Actually, I'll just do that another one. Oh yeah, we gotta drop this. Because I don't want to confuse the poor LM. He's like... very confused. Take a look at this. Make sure there's no references to this collection in this. And if there is, tell me exactly where. Yay, it works. Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Just keep posting the freaking... Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Interestingly, when we went from... It's just a timing thing, so it's just gonna work sometimes. And, well, this one actually does work, so let's just tell it to do... Oh, that's cool. I like this one. Whoa. Strange. So as you can see, this one is functioning. So we have the same problem. Go ahead and do it a very similar way as far as filling the container. If the same approach that this page used is very different, maybe in either the structure of the DOM or something like that, feel free to make changes to the DOM as well. Also, it's a little strange. I'll show you this. I'll explain this before continuing. That might have been a prior one or an old one. So, okay, go through these two. I believe there's another one too. Tell me exactly. So each script point to make me a little ASCII diagram. Each script, what it points to for the collections. I just want to double check before I drop this collection, but I don't think we're using it. I think we used to, kind of like an intermediary storage. Nice, Danny. Hey, Anarchy, welcome. Oh, thanks. Looks good so far. So if you guys are ever wondering about your, this is what we do for all our implementation docs and design docs. We make little diagrams and understand it. Hey, Elk, welcome. Yeah, we did earlier. I mean, these kind of are, in a way. But yeah, this worked for me. It's fast. And it seems to be, does it by itself, which is, I don't even need to ask usually. Very important. We might remove these two. They're old. Might be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bot just triggered one of the commands. So I'll work on it. I'll just do that right now. Oh, that's fine. Later. Oh, I see. It's a pipeline, so we're gonna compact soon. Hey, Bose, thanks. I really like it. Like, really cool people join and they talk about stuff. It's a lot of fun. So I think it's safe to drop. As far as everything I can see, it is safe to drop this collection. It's just outdated. Basically, a long time ago, we started to store it in the right place. What is this? Okay, let's take a look at this one again. Our little stubborn UI bug. There we go. You just needed a little inspiration. Oh, that's weird. First load works. Oh, it's just the timing thing, right? It's probably so. Again, it's the first load works. I think it's the timing of it's populating the cache takes a little bit, changes this race condition. We need to add a lot more logs, like a ton of logs to identify the race condition. Because the problem is it still hasn't identified the particular thing that's causing this rendering problem. Okay, let's take a look here. Great. All right, guys, cool. I'm happy about this. Now we can, I'm gonna populate this for 10 companies first, and then we'll have the right data now. This has been kind of a process, you know, getting this data to be correct. But I think we're getting real close as far as the units go. That's a display issue. I'm gonna fix that. Hey, Gary. So Vibe to Text is using Whisper, or it's just using the Whisper CP as CPP, which was a bit faster. But yeah, it's just OpenAI's Whisper model. Let me check that. Yeah. But we're using the C++. It was like 2 times faster, that package. All right, cool. Now we're going to run the fix for 10 more companies just to at standard. Hey, Mike, let me see if it, let me see. Yeah, nice. It responds. So that's our auto reply. Welcome, though. Okay, so we added a lot of logging. I'm going to test it out. Someone say maybe too much, but that's what I asked for. It looks like I was signed out. All right, let me log back in. Before you begin, do you see anything? It's very true, Gary. So don't make any changes unless you see a clear evidence of potentially what the issue is. Cool, Mike. Nice. Nice. If we were to join our Discord, it's kind of like people working on projects and sharing them and getting feedback. Oh, that command might not work from check Discord. Yeah, that should work. I'm actually curious, what makes this so tricky exactly? So basically, are you doing some timing thing with... Hey, welcome, Khalifa. Saudi Arabia. Neat. Yeah, I do drink all of those. I drink tea, I drink energy drinks, but all diet energy drinks. Like Diet Coke and... Yeah. Is Diet Coke considered an energy drink? Probably, right? But I like coffee the best. For me, like, the other ones none of the other ones make me feel the same as coffee for some reason. Like, definitely, I prefer coffee over most things. Cool. I'm gonna go check this, but probably right. And then we'll fix the units. Nope, looks like potentially the same issue. Check what I did. Take a look, it didn't update on the front end. You maybe forgot to run a script. Double check. Hey, Mike, I just look at it myself when I see the code. So usually I make all my changes in the dev branch, and then I review before I commit, and then I do a final review before I merge it to main. That's kind of my process. But you're right, I could add maybe some more. I think it would be more helpful if there's a group of people working on this. I did drink a Monster recently, but it wasn't really my favorite. I tried it. I prefer coffee and Diet Coke, and that's probably what and tea is good too. I feel like when I drank the Monster, I was like just kind of jittery a little bit. I really like that. Oh, we stored Google and Goog separate. Okay, well, that's weird. Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, that's fine. Okay, well, let's see if this one's right. Nice, it is. Okay, yeah. Let's fix that. We're not just delete the one of these. We don't need both of them. Although, granted, this is kind of a good point of comparison. We have a very we can easily see. What happened? I will keep it for now. I'll keep the old one. Oh, unfortunately, it actually fixed it. No. All right, so in our correction script, we're going to have to run this eventually on all companies, but we also are going to combine in this correction script the TTM Did you already do that actually? The TTM fix? So that's the last 12 months of revenue. Hey Pavlov, I think the auto reply should respond, but welcome. Oh, responded with a little bit too, not a great response. Let me, Cool, go ahead and add, yeah, the TTM fix to the scripts too. Oh. Well, looks like it didn't work. I wonder if I hit the nice scale. Tea and biscuits. What are you working on? Let me try it one more time. Why? Because I sent it from the electronic. Nice. Fix it. Hey Pavlov, I think the auto reply will get that too. We'll see. Nice. Hey Zero Earth, how's it going? Hey Zero Earth, I think it'll auto respond to you. We'll see. Maybe not. Oh yeah, you can read it in the chat, I think. Oh right, there's a cooldown. So because you said that within 60 seconds of Pavlov, it didn't send, I'm pretty sure. So if you send what you're building again, it probably will send the message. Wow, this is one tricky situation. My intuition is that it's probably modifying it the wrong area, that's my guess. Yeah, definitely. Hey Noah, thank you. Yeah, I know the landing page is not super good right now. I just I spent too long on it, and I don't really want to work on it at the moment. But I'll work on it probably in a few days. All right, so same situation. I want to know, show me an ASCII diagram of these two. The main objective is to figure out whether we need both of these. Yeah, for Danny, you know, it's actually not as easy as you'd expect to make good UIs. I have the $200 cloud. I think, yeah, the auto reply gets that. Can you code without cloud? Yeah, I'm a programmer. Hey, see you, Kale. Yeah, sure. That'd be dope. Hey, Influence, I think the auto reply might respond to you. Not particularly. But yeah, we use some tools, but we're using the Max plan cloud code. I'm reading this at the moment. Yeah, that too, Gary. Oh, let's see if Kosti is deleted. He should be. He's not deleted. I will delete it. Hey, Zero Earth, we did do some experimentation with Polymarket. We definitely can add it. It's just I couldn't really find an angle on it that was cool. Like, we ran some experiments. I think we even still have it running somewhere. One of these pages has it, but it was not. I didn't think like any of the data was cool. Oh, but one thing with Polymarket, I guess we could do. We never tried the cross market stuff, so you compare Polymarkets to Kalshi and try to find some. But I'm sure a lot of people are doing this. Yeah, I run out of usage on the 20x plan. Last week I ran out at 6 days. 6 out of the 7. Polymarket's not a scam site. But yeah, I think I am based in the US. I think it, as far as I know, so don't take my word for it, but I wasn't aware that it's anything like this. Yeah. But then it's a little tricky, right? Because what if I bet no, and betting no makes me one? That's what happens then. Hey, Influence. Last week what we did is we used Codex and open code for a while, but I didn't really like the experience. It's too slow. Hey, Zero Earth. Yeah, the Autobot made a bit of a mistake as far as your question, but the answer is no. I don't do that stuff. I don't really do crypto or any ball market things. Hey, thanks Pavlov for testing it out, but it shouldn't work. If you guys are interested in how it works, I can explain it, but I'm not sure if people care. Hey Dark Snoopy, welcome back. Nice. My Autobot got the crypto spammer. I'm just watching it like BattleBot. That'd be fun. I think the main issue is like, why do we have two of these? This is weird. I think the main issue here is why do we have two of these? What exactly is the point? It seems kind of pointless and probably causing a pretty significant part of the problem. Hey Pavlov, I can explain how it works if you want. Whenever you guys are trying to if you're trying to make something that doesn't work for that kind of thing, you make it an LLM router. So you have an LLM and it routes to actions that are performed. That way, no matter what the user says, it's only going to route to a certain set of actions. So for example, we probably have 15 to 20 actions. LLM routes to the right one, but that's it. So any other kind of queries won't route anywhere. So that's also how this app works too, right? Like we have our research tab, which the LLM routes to actions. That's how these kinds of things work. When you ask how does the tech sector do in the next 18 days after Apple drops 10%, it's routing to our functions and our actions to create these. So that's what makes it immune to prompt injection stuff too. A9 UI, it helps to have knowledge in the area. For example, I have programming knowledge. I've seen people like designers, they're using AI and it's really cool. They do they're really good at art, right? So they hand draw their models and generate 20 different models based on the art style of that one model. So some of these people are also using it as a huge amplifier for work. It's the same kind of deal with if you're a programmer, you usually know the right direction for debugging and everything else, so you can amplify your work a bit. Hey Gary, the LLM is ingesting the tokens, and you basically say, hey, here are the actions, route to the right action based on what the user has said. And then the LLM, you can either have this in some config or YAML file or something, but it's just populating with a certain set of available options, and it's pretty good at that. That's it has I kind of think of it kind of like allocating intelligence. I'm borrowing a certain amount of intelligence. Each model has different levels, so it's basically hey, I need some intelligence here to think of it like human intelligence. Please route to the right place. But yeah, that's generally how you can And like, for example, this app has a lot of LLM routers throughout it, right? Like the auto attach, it's using an LLM router to attach the right schemas. And it's the same sort of deal. At every layer, same sort of deal. You have a router that sets it to the certain amount of actions. Hey, Pavlov. Right now it's using Gemini 3 Flash, but I'm going to switch it tomorrow to be just a locally hosted model. I thought I switched it today, but I think I accidentally discarded it or something. Or maybe it's just another branch. I can't really remember. But yeah, I worked on it today, and I'm going to make it a llama, just a locally hosted embedding model for the router. All right, I'm going to go. I'll be right back. I'll be back momentarily. I'm actually really surprised the auto reply isn't hitting the limit. I thought the limits for sending messages was pretty low. Anyways, so where we left off, working on a few things, but mainly this UI bug. It's actually bothering me. What's going on here? Why is this taking so long? Where is the chat? So what happened here? Got to be wary of this. It compacted the conversation, and then it kind of lost track of what we were doing and started doing some other stuff. So that's not great. So basically, I'm just going to remove the changes that are dumb. Oh no, more crypto spammers. Fortunately, he didn't catch this one. Hey, thanks, Art. Yeah, definitely Ben. Speaking of that, yeah, it might be worth. Interesting that the auto reply used that. Because it's a timing issue, I'm going to reload the page quite a few times. Sometimes if you add a bunch of logs, it can change the timing of the rendering. Okay, maybe it did work. What was the prefix exactly? Just looks like logs to me. Oh, maybe this. Well, let's remove all logs. Okay, cool. Remove the logs that you did in these two files. All right, fair enough.
In the hush, I trace the sound. Never loud, but all
So right now we don't have, we're keeping this list here. We're gonna also keep a secondary list, which is
was it worth waiting for?
that's fine. We don't need this. Never mind. I can just check real quick before it runs because it's all stored. That's not that many elements. My God, a lot of logs. Oh, nice. So it appears to be fixed, which is good.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Okay, yeah, let's fix that.
Stay close, fade
Okay, next fix is for this file.
No need to name what moves like this. A glance, a pause, a subtle shift. Between the beats, I felt this spark.
It should work the same way as the portfolio page. Basically, it just loads in 1 year worth of data when you initially load it, and then it's going to load in 5 years when you click 5 years, but the 3 months, 1 month, 1 week, 1 day will use the 1 year data. We're not going to implement the sampling quite yet.
Rhythm spoke through still design. Heard it all without a lie.
Why are you doing this? Hey Saba, welcome. Let's see if it responds to you, Kibby. Yours might be a little bit too general for it to respond to you. Hey, thanks, Paul. That's funny. Well, the way he said it, right? He said, "What do you vibe code, bro?" That's not gonna trigger it because it's too general, I think. Because the LLM's prompt is like, "When in doubt, don't send any message." So his is too. Nice. Fantastic. The bot is killing it today. It puts me in such a great mood because I'm like, you can just watch it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. See ya. So the bot would eventually it'll scale to the banning stuff, but I'll probably monitor it for the next like week or two, and then I'll whitelist all the users that are good, and then just the new users that basically probably be 3 or 4 strikes or something. That's what I think. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, Arworth, the reason I don't want to do that is because it's just this particular product wouldn't make sense to be very, very simple. It just wouldn't be very useful. Also, I think the cost of software is declining very rapidly. So just building like you'll see, I open source a lot of the tools we create, like the vibe to text and everything else that is in the description, because I think if I can make it in 3 or 4 days, like how are you going to charge people for that? It doesn't make sense. So I just I'm working on something that's useful for me, and I give it low probability. And then if it doesn't work, I will build something else. But I don't think a month is very long. So yeah. Go. Yeah, the one day makes sense because it's weekend, so there's no one day. How's it going, Queb? Pretty good. A little slow loading. I didn't. Hey, Dark Snoopy, a fair bit, yeah. I remove it as I go. Like, for example, there were some old endpoints that I removed, and it's just kind of the nature of it. Queb might be one of these, the pump coin things. Okay. Oh, maybe not, actually. Yeah, this isn't a crypto product. Sorry, Queb, we get a lot of these, like, little bots.
this rebel strike. A spark
Okay, cool. So we fixed some bugs. I'm gonna commit the last. I think I did. Cool. Oh, but not this one.
beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
Oh. He was. He tricked me. Queb, no. All right, the next thing is the units. All right, so the next thing is the units here. So you can take a look at this. This is a display issue. I already attached the image. Pretty simple. It's just a utility based on the size of that. You want to keep it to 3 to 4 significant digits, at least 3 to 5 significant digits, but you should choose thousands, millions, or billions based on the numbers. So in this case, right, this is going to be billions, and then it's going to be the same in the DCF projection section as well, and the overview if it includes units. So create this utility function. It's going to be shared among all the components, and this is located here. Hey, welcome, Pulse Strip. Hey, Dark Snoopy. I can probably start closing some of these now.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch, a shifty eyes delay within the
If you wonder why I keep these open, it's mainly because I think I'm going to come back to it. These are kind of like pending tasks. All right, okay, so I'm leaving this. We're kind of done with the performance stuff on the portfolio page and the D3 charts for that page. And these are just empty. We can probably start this one. We're pretty set on the design though. It's going to look like this. Oh, right, we can actually start this now because we have... First, we have to do this. No. So that's definitely not it. You need to... These derived metrics, take a look at these scripts. So that's definitely not it. These derived metrics, look at these scripts here. Looks like it crashed or something. Test, test. Okay. That happened one time before. Let's try to fix it. I'll put this here. No, we didn't put it here. I think, the problem with when I'm just running the app and it crashes is we can't actually get the logs. Go ahead and see if you can find. Oh, I can't use it.
In the hush, I feel the tone. Never shocked, yet fully known. Your rhythm move through quiet fall.
Thanks, Jorb.
I heard it clear without the
Oh, actually, that makes sense. We should store it, but it has all the information to do it. Oh, okay, you got the units thing. Nice. Oh, there we go. It fixed it, actually. Nice. I make sure it fixed it on everything. Could be adding the new companies. Or my computer's just dying because they all reloaded. Nice. They're just a bunch of bots, Paul. Feel free to remove anytime they mention anything about that, because they're actually just scammers. Oh, it's in Discord? Great. Let me look. Oh, Paul, please remove all of these guys. So anytime you see anyone, if you can, I'm gonna also add it to the Vibe mod. It'll automatically remove these people, just ban them. Yeah, they're just they try to get you to click the link, and that's basically it. So I'm delete their messages. Hey, sorry, Devin. Yeah, I know it's not great currently, the landing page. Okay, cool. All right. This one I'll just put over here. Yeah, that is kind of funny observation, Sweaty. Oh, hey Tom, you're asking when is it gonna actually always respond? I can't get too crazy with it because then people will think I'm AI. Plus, I have rate limit issues with YouTube, so I cannot go too crazy with the bot. What is financials.latest? Yeah. So Tom, it does delete, but it's not very good at the crypto stuff yet. So we can actually add that.
Beneath the stars.
Yeah, true, Dark Snoopy. So we're adding this. Anything related to bags, coin, we have money waiting for you can be auto-deleted. So I think that should help it a little bit because it didn't do a very good job last time. Let's see if it deletes you, sweaty. Actually, it might not hot reload these types of changes. I might have to restart it because this is to the prompt. Feel free to try it out though.
Hold a woman with the dust. No, no, no. No change.
Oh, what is vibe coding? It should have answered that. For some reason, it didn't route to that one. I don't know why. Okay, these ones are good. I'm gonna close this. So we make this correction. Correction script. This one's good. Close, I think. Yep. Hey, Lobeto, yeah, I usually grab a coffee or go eat or something. Yeah, sandwich. Where is it? Here. So update the design like this. Now we're going to talk about the implementation. Oh yeah, I forgot. I accidentally closed the one that was exploring the vibe to text thing. I'll just kill it and restart it for now. That way next time we'll have the logs when it crashes. 90-30? No, more like maybe 5 minutes, I guess, for the 8 hours. 5 to 7 minutes, something like this. But there is like the break in between when I'm kind of like talking to people and stuff, I would say. And also while it's loading sometimes, I'm kind of chilling. Cool. Test, test. You sip. Nice. Auto mod working well. Test, test, test. Oh yeah. For some reason, every once in a while I have to re-enable this. Very strange. Test, test. Okay. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. No, still. Cheers, no, not really. I look at the definition above. Yeah, I'm in the US. Or are there more, Paul? Yeah, thanks for banning them, Paul. I appreciate it. Hey, Meritraps, we're mostly working on just one project. It's mostly this Prism data feed thing. There are some derivative projects that spawn out of it, though, that are useful in our workflow. And I usually open source these. So you can look at the description, you can see some open source stuff. Test.
Beneath the stars.
Hmm. Test. Testing. My best words per minute is 1,900. Seems bizarre. Oh, I see you're testing other languages, Paul. Yeah, doesn't have the power. Test. Strange. Testing. It's probably test. An outdated way to do it, or we have multiple running. I see a ball. So did you actually have logs here that confirm this? Oh, let's see.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Mirror traps, I wasn't, I invested for a long time. It's always been an interest of mine. And so I'm building out tools that are useful for me. And I really enjoy working on this. So. Hey, 33 Ordy, how's it going? Interesting. I'll also work. But... Test. Hey, Sweaty Palms. I don't really have, you mean keys and things? I have another screen here that I, for anything that's related to deployments or I need to change keys or whatever else, or loading keys, I do in this other screen here that isn't streamed. Cool. Test. So I should have it in the logs now. Nice. Huh, interesting. Test, test. Okay. Yep, exactly. Hey, John B. Good to hear it. Yeah, a lot of people use it as kind of like a co-working thing, working on their own stuff. It's kind of a fun idea, I think. No, sweaty palms. It's probably something in between. There's not really a word for it though. It doesn't exist yet. Hey, Cherry, welcome. The tricky thing about this though, if you add any fallbacks, you know, you can obfuscate some problems, you know. Sometimes there might actually be a bug in our code. And if you create a fallback, you're going to go to this or that. That's why in this case, there's going to be some manual corrections for individual companies. There has to be. And I fully expected this to be the case. This is partly why this data can be expensive. There are many APIs for these kinds of data, but it's messy to clean, and that's just the nature of it. And over time, we'll catch here and there. This company tagged, and especially smaller companies, potentially some more types of errors. However, we do need to, so we'll make this manual correction script for this particular quarter, but we're also going to make a more, in the case where TTM, we don't have a quarter, we just, you know, we don't display anything. You'll notice Cloud Code will tend to try to put fallbacks always, but in this case, we really wouldn't want it because it would obfuscate the problem. Hey, John V, we build these implementation docs. This is in general in a lot of big tech companies, this is kind of how they're utilizing AIs, create design docs, and it's mostly the last 30% for the hard stuff. So by the time it starts implementing, you've already designed it. You've designed the system, designed the architecture. It's just you're doing some lower level, it's just like you said, higher level abstraction. Yeah, I never was a fan of the agile thing. Kind of soaks the fun out of it a little bit. Hey, Dark Snoopy, feel free to skip it, because yeah. let's change it. You can use these commands if you want to. Yeah, exactly, John B. I actually tried the other day. People sometimes say to me, "Hey, just run it on make it run commands automatically." I was like, "All right, I'm gonna try this one day." Definitely not. Like, crashed all my iTerms. No. The problem is it goes on a tangent, right? It's exactly why these autonomous agents, and I don't use them. It wouldn't work for my workflow because it's gonna go on some weird tangent and do some crazy stuff. No, like, so I totally agree with you. Like, this workflow of just approving the commands and stopping it immediately is more of a guided process. Oh, it's just interesting that every first quarter has to do with. There's probably a reason for this. Yeah, AI on a leash, it's true. Have your local AI controlling the containers. Hey Martin, the auto reply gotcha. Here it is. It's possible maybe we corrected this in the scripts going forward, but take a look at. A 33 Ordi. Oh, you're wondering what we're working on? That's I can put that in the chat. Oh, you're working on shaders? I love working on shaders. It's a lot of fun. Test. This is a test. Testing. I'm debugging our voice to text. Something is a little suspicious. Yeah, definitely Dark Snoopy. Well, I kind of disagree with you guys, but it's fine. I'm kind of the opposite opinion. Get ready. Oh, thank you, John. Do we stop it? John is the GOAT. Oh, but specifically with the, I just think like the energy use of it will attract investment in energy production, and we will adapt. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing that it's using energy. We should invest in energy production, and it's fine. Nuclear reactors, etc. But I'm just generally more of an accelerationist, kind of. That's my perspective, I guess, on things. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, yeah, anyways. Hey, John B. So the way we do it, if you're interested, is when we're working on harder things, we do create the designs, etc. Well, testing. Well, the next time it crashes, which happens probably once a day, we'll have the logs available since we've added this. Hey, Ryan, definitely for the type of product that I'm building, it's a lot faster. I estimate it's probably 5 to 7 times faster depending on what I'm doing. For this particular product, I would say. Yeah, sweaty palms, definitely. Hmm. Hey Ryan, we got our. Oh hey Ryan, welcome back. It's kind of cool when people that were here a long time ago join. It's an investor platform, so you get lots of data based on your portfolio, and I'm building this based on inspiration from Drunken Miller. I was watching the podcast, and he was talking about how I receive 200 charts every day, and based on what happened today, and I was like, I would like that as well, based on my portfolio, to get a bunch of data and what currently happened, what's happening, based on my positions, based on just like macroeconomic stuff, comparing like bond markets to for my particular positions, like a bunch of stuff like this. So we've been kind of building out like cool things that are going to. It's kind of like this is an engine running in the background, and then it's going to attach important things in the brief. This is kind of where you'd go every time you wake up, and in the afternoon you'd read this, and you can track your portfolio here. It solves another problem, which is that, let's say you have a lot of brokerages, which many people do. The statistics across all the portfolios is actually kind of hard to calculate. For example, if you want like your Sharpe ratio and things like this, you'd have to make an Excel and compute everything. It just takes quite a bit of work. So we kind of automated that for them. Automated that for the export as well. So once they add in their, and we're going to make it very simple. So you can just upload some documents, and then you'll be able to export everything. And it's a really cool, this will be part of the premium features, but it'll have everything. It'll auto updates. So you having Google Sheets or whatever, or Excel, auto update the prices, everything's hooked up for the Sharpe ratio and everything else. And you can zoom in on regions and see the Sharpe ratio for this region. It's you guys will probably notice if you're doing this, you have some brokerages that offer this, but some brokerages don't have the Sharpe ratios and things like this. And they don't have, some of them don't have very much data at all, like Schwab, for example. So this that's one solution. And then you can also kind of do in-depth research and exploration. Some features are walled off for premium users. Yeah. And you can also do extensive research as far as, we're going to add a lot of different types of DCF models. Some of them are, that's partly what we're working on, is cleaning up the data here, which will be an ongoing thing, I'm sure. Implementation of integration of your brokerage data into Prism. So right now it's manual. So you enter your position, so that's no problem. If you're talking about in the future where it's actually connected and auto updating to your positions, like let's say you make a transaction on your brokerage and then it's going to reflect here, that's more of a longer term thing. We would use Plaid for this, but Plaid is very expensive. It costs like $500 a month or something. Wait, I just remembered someone mentioned another one that was cheaper the other day. We saved that as a doc, so I'll go grab that later, because then maybe that would kind of increase the, decrease the time frame to which we would have that. But yeah, we definitely would rely on some other service for that kind of connection. For now, it's a manual thing for the transactions. I don't really like this currently, so probably gonna change this. Interesting. Check Edgar tools. Do they not have a helper function for this particular issue? Do extensive checking on their helper functions. So I'm going to save this as a checkpoint. So once we get this error again, I'm going to open this up, this checkpoint. But for now, I close it. Hey, Ryan, as long as we have clean data, it's actually pretty straightforward, the math here. The only thing is if you have bad data, right? Like let's say, and we do it, you know, this isn't kind of a tough problem inherently. Many companies report differently. And there is an open source library to help called Edgar Tools. But even with Edgar Tools, we will have to go in and double check and do lots of validation. We built lots of validation scripts and just kind of clean it over time. It'll probably take, you know, that's kind of why, you know, we do waitlist, but over time I will notice all of the inaccuracies and fix them. Or it's mostly going to be missing data. That's kind of the biggest one. There won't really be too many inaccuracies per se, but we probably will put some disclaimers, etc. with this particular data set, or how we're getting it, to be safe. But once we get it, and we get everything set up, it's clean, everything's validated, then maybe you can make an API for it. Maybe. So this was something I noticed. Edgar Tools has a lot of cool helper functions. So I usually let AI find the ones that we could potentially use. Yeah, exactly, Neil. We have like a set of 5 validation scripts, both for the projections and the models. So I'm going to run that for all of them. But right now I'm catching enough errors myself that I don't really need to run. I can just find them by clicking through and see, okay, there's a gap, here's a gap. Once I get to a point that everything's like, okay, but a critical component of this, right, is like Cloud Code likes to add fallbacks. And so I have to tell it, please do not do this, right? So I go through the scripts and I remove all of this kinds of stuff because it obfuscates, this is the worst, it obfuscates the problem. And this is common throughout the project, right? Like if you guys use Opus 4.5, you probably notice this too. It likes to obfuscate the bugs by creating these like, it assumes you have users. It's like, I don't have users. I need to know that there's a problem. I've set it at the project level, global level settings, it just like, ignores me. So it's just one of the things you kind of have to work around and find. In this case, we found it just by kind of coincidence almost, but we would have found it eventually anyways, because it would come up when we're doing our DCF and validations and things like this. The thing is about like SEC data, every company is just reporting a little differently. Like you go into that's why Edgar Tools is so useful. So for example, as we can see, we have some missing stuff for EA. It's probably just a difference in how they report. Where's the... I close that, that's fine. Okay, great. So we have a new Edgar Tools helper that's gonna, people in this library. I think, okay, this has happened enough times that we're gonna create an in-depth detail of all the Edgar Tools helpers. So that way in the future... Hey, Maritraps, I think it should respond to you here. Yeah, it did. Good. So yeah, that's the answer there. All right, so this has happened a few times here where we realize we implemented something, and Edgar Tools actually has a very nice helper function for us to use. So what we're going to do, we're going to create an in-depth list, all the Edgar Tools helper functions, and you're going to put it here. And then we'll probably make sure we're using those. This is probably well tested though. I'm sure there'll still be some gaps, but we did that earlier for another, I think it was gross profit or something. And we'll get Google, get a few of them, and then we're going to implement our radial visualization. That's going to be more valuation focused. This is price focused. I think then it's pretty cool. Yeah, you can maybe filter based on what you care about, but I think it's like a basket, oil and gas. But this is price data. This is standard deviation. Hey, Ryan. Hey, cool. Yeah, good question, Ryan. So the way we're doing this currently, as you're right, the way a DCF works, it's critical on the assumptions, right? So for example, this one is way too optimistic given the current conditions of this company. It's probably more like this. Right, fix that so. And I think this is probably decreasing a little bit. This is what's priced in roughly. It's probably 7. Because this is a high in debt company. A highly leveraged company. Okay, so how did we populate it originally? The LLM comes up with some projections that it thinks based on the company. The LLM does have some sort of compressed knowledge, right, about each company. So it tries to make its best guess, right? But the user, we're going to try to communicate that to the user that this is, and if you look up DCFs on these companies, you'll see many websites probably doing something similar. Maybe they didn't use an LLM for the projections. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's not like a foolproof projection or anything. It's just we populate it and people can play around with the model. And I might tune it too. The alternative is you try to you try to do a reverse DCF based on the current price. And we could potentially do that as another file. I was thinking about that. Because those are, but again, like, there are infinite ways that you could manufacture the current price, either by increasing one number, decreasing another, increasing this one. So whether that's meaningful, I don't really know. I personally think it's cool to see what the LLM thinks, because the LLM, if you think about it, it's kind of like a consensus machine. So in theory, it might get close to the price, and it does sometimes, actually. Like this one in particular, I think the reason it was too high is because this is a highly levered company, so it's very risky. So if you raise the projections, you get totally wild, returns. So it's like 100%, and that's because it's just a very risky company. So if you do indeed achieve a flat revenue growth, and the LLM probably is conservative, but not too. It's not like conservative to the point that it's like assuming that the company's going to decline. So it has probably some limitations. Let's go to maybe Apple or Google. I think the DCFs are actually pretty close. Like, as you can see, in this case, the LLM gave a projection that's roughly what the price is now. Since you really think that AI will take over, that's very hard. If we are building, it isn't very hard. Compete with senior devs for younger devs. Yeah, I'd say that there is some of that, but right now, these AI tools, they're just tools, so they still require some learning to wield well, and you still need to review them, and if you just let them go on a tangent, they'll probably just mess stuff up. But eventually, maybe, right? But it's probably just going to end up, for quite a while, it'll just amplify people that have skills to do it better. And maybe that'll replace some people on the lower end. It's possible, like junior programmers, like you said. It's possible, right? I'm not sure. I think no one really knows how this is going to play out totally. I can just make a guess. Right now, I can just say that it's amplifying people, even designers, people drawing. They draw, hand-drawn, and they can create 12 different of that same art style based on what they drew. I can't hand draw anything. So, so it amplifies them, but there probably will be parts of it that change. DCF is going to be less and less useful. So the DCF is, this kind of model is the fundamental theory behind everything, right? So it's always going to apply, right? It's like, if you believe in the singularity, then you just plug in the numbers to be ridiculous, right? Granted, maybe you're just talking about the LLM projections, in which case you're probably right. Unless the LLM does believe the singularity is going to happen, in which case it might actually, or rather, if the average person believes the singularity is going to happen, the LLM will probably reflect that and change the numbers. So, yeah. Hey, Meritraps. Yeah, we did some marketing research in the beginning. And we made like a marketing doc, and we kind of figured we made all these like user profiles and journeys. And actually, Cloud Opus 4.5 was pretty good at that. So we did do that in the beginning. So we want to do this, but we're kind of blocked by this currently. We need to fix this, and then we can get our valuation data, and then we can do the thing with adding the new visual valuation ratios. Oh yeah, gotcha, Ryan. You can make some guesses though, right? Like, you know, these numbers, you just basically you assign a probability to. I believe that there's a 10% probability it goes just astronomical, right? And you can plug in whatever you think astronomical means. And then you plug in and you can try to come up with a number. But I guess you're saying the uncertainty goes up to a certain point that it becomes very hard to make a meaningful model. Sure, maybe. But regardless, if you do believe the astronomical scenario, you could try to come up with some numbers. That's you know, it's just the game you're playing, right? The whole thing is mostly trying to make a projection. Hey, Neil. I think when I think about it, I think it's inevitable at some point, but it's so hard to... Not inevitable, actually. I think it's not inevitable mainly because of the fertility problems. And it's kind of like a race between the fertility problems in the world and then the actual acceleration of technology. So if the population starts declining faster than our innovation can keep up with the productivity decrease, then we would actually go backwards, potentially. I think it's not clear. But I am reassured by the fact that the whole world, the whole developing world, it sounds weird to be reassured about, but it's like they're all facing the same problem. So I have to believe that there's just so much incentive to try to fix it that hopefully we will come up with something, whether it's artificial wombs or the robotics. Those are probably the two. Or AI, right? AI and robotics kind of same. But. Is using AI only for UI bad in interviews? I don't know. Probably bad, I guess. But I get why. I feel like the interview process is a little bit outdated sometimes. All right, I am a little distracted. I'm going to read this document. To see what we have available to us. I'm sure you could type numbers that end up being right, but I guess maybe my meaning is people who navigate based on calculating the right metrics isn't going to be as competitive as just intuition. Yeah, Ryan, I like your comments. They're interesting. I think you could argue that we just don't really have a lot of historical data points for really large... Like we maybe have 3 or 4 over the past 200, 300 years that totally changed the direction of like the global economy. You have the Industrial Revolution, then you have probably the Internet Revolution, maybe the invention of the steam engine, things like this. But AI could potentially be insane, right? Like maybe even surpass some of these others. In which case, there's no real historical reference. So you're right. The people that have done this as a profession could maybe have the wrong way of thinking about it, and the people who are just kind of thinking about it from, you call it first principles or whatever you want to call it, but people who maybe not exposed too much to finance might come up with better estimates. Like I said, though, I don't believe, because of what I said before, I don't believe it's like inevitable or anything. But even if you're not exposed to finance, but you know about DCFs, you could try to come up with some numbers based on your intuition. You could say, I believe this is going to happen. Here's what I think, in a singularity, how would this play out? You could try to come up with some, and you could price in the uncertainty using just math there. At what you think the uncertainty is. That's kind of so if you believe it's 100% standard deviation, you could plug in the numbers and get an average of what these should be. And this is not an advanced DCF, but we'll have a DCF that'll have all these. We simplified the projections, given that some are missing. Hey, Kitten. Yeah, I kind of respond. I'll reply there. Let's see here. Oh, they actually have the ratios. We'll use that. I thought we were going to have to compute that ourselves, so that's nice. Now updates. I think I think the auto reply will respond to you, but welcome. After we validated the numbers for the revenue figures, we're going to update the Hey, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for joining too, and thanks for the cool comments. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kitten, exactly. Yeah. Kitten. That's pretty cringe. Save it. It's like that. It's like that reel. The Discord mod saying kitten. Oh no. What am I becoming? a flavor of the month because I've spent a lot of time investing, and it's the intersection between my interests and what I'm good at, and just like what I like. So I'm getting the sense. Let's see if I think I'm going to add that to the auto reply. Thanks, flavor. So, answer that question too many times. 1 second. All right, so basically the answer to this question is it's 3 problems. We're going to have to condense all of this into a short little blurb, but it's 3 problems. Personalized news based on the type of investor you are. Number 2, detailed portfolio tracking with deep analytics. And number 3, research tools that are useful for the retail investor that they don't have in their brokerages. So that's the answer on flavor of the month. Cool, great. Yeah, no problem. Cool, great. Okay, auto reply was reasonably okay there. Hopefully that answers your question, Unique. But I think it should use the tools command. Hey Ved, welcome back. Definitely, Ryan. We kind of looked at, actually, if you guys are interested in this kind of project, Polar Market's very open with its data, compared to other, trying to get financial data, stock price data. It's not very open. It usually costs money. But at least if you're using it for commercial purposes. But Polar Market's very open. It's fun to play with. But we didn't really find too much interesting analyzing the data. It's just not a very liquid market. I mean, it's somewhat liquid, but just compared to the stock market, not super. A bit worried about marketing and distribution. Yeah, definitely, Neil. I think you should come into these projects and just assume it's low probability of success. Like you build one, doesn't work, try another one. I think that's probably the way to do it. But also, yeah, the marketing is like how you get eyeballs on it is a big thing. But if you build 20, right, then your probability will go up. Hey, Vid, I've used VO3. It's pretty good. I haven't used Google Flow though. Just VO3 is very expensive. We tried to create a marketing video for this, and to do it, it would have been like $30 or more, because the first take is probably not going to be very good. Like, it's not exactly what you want. 2, 3. Like, I mean, $30 for some people might not be that much, but for me, in my particular, I was doing it for fun. I was like, I'm not gonna spend it. Sorry. Like, and it could easily be more than that too. It takes a lot of takes. Hey, no, I'm 27, and I graduated in computer science, and I worked for some years. How nice, Fed. All right, so we're going to make some updates to our extraction scripts. So currently we do this but the next steps, we should be using these helper functions. Hey, thanks, man. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Korea. So we need to do an audit of this system. We are using these helper functions in some places, but then in others we're implementing ourselves. We're not going to do that. We're going to rely on Edgar tools. Seems to be much more reliable. Yeah, so audit this current system here. This current pipeline for how it works, make diagrams, ASCII diagrams. Mhm. I'm gonna fix that little thing real quick. We made that a new chart today. It's faster, but there's a little bit of a UI glitch there. So it's just a, small UI thing. Let me commit some stuff. We all gonna make it. Maybe. Yeah, we definitely are, right? Let me. I always lose the page. Where is it? Thanks, big task. Quant. Oh, it's in another place. Let me go grab it. Is using these helpers. In which case, it's already there, right? Which would actually be good. That means we have less work to do as far as... Oh, that's right, Ved. I remember that. Yeah. We were like, I decided not to do it, but you're right. That would be the way to do it. And then you get some credits, I think, for the API usage. Oh, that's not good. Okay, cool. This could be part of the confusion. Yeah, we definitely do not need this. Well, actually, now that I think about it, maybe it's not a bad thing to have, but hopefully it's not confusing. Really? Oh my goodness. Well, that explains a lot of our gaps then. Fantastic. This will be easy then. we were building the extract ECF financials on the raw statements instead of the extracted out Ecker tools. Okay, nice. That'll fix a lot of our problems. All right, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, number one, we need to fix this problem so this never happens again. So we're gonna probably move the statements to another collection, and looks like I got 2 void text running. So basically, here's what happened, right? We did not realize that we were using the raw statements in our extraction, so we assumed that Edgar Tools was having problems, which I just assume makes sense, right? It's like messy data. It's probably the open source library is not that good. Like, it's probably reasonably good. And it was reasonably good, but like, yeah, it needs to get it from here. That way we can, we'll probably have a lot nicer data. So the first step here is to, you're going to create a script that's going to be moving this data over. However, first, well, to be honest, although it's a problem, like, I'm actually happy that that's the problem, because that means a lot less work for us, assuming the Edgar Tools library is good, which it historically was when we were running test scripts. I thought a lot of the messy data in here, I thought that was just the result of going through Edgar Tools, and we would have to spend probably months, cleaning up the missing data and this kind of thing. But we might not have to do that if it's really good, and that would be super cool. Or this is move raw statements in cloud storage. That's a minor UI bug. I guess let's just test it real quick. Slowness. We didn't do the sampling yet. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I played a little bit of Overwatch, but I played mostly a League back in the day. Cool. I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. So, where we left off? Is fixing this problem, which will be useful going forward, that these will all be correct, hopefully. There'll probably still be some gaps, naturally. But I'm still going to keep the raw statements, though, stored. It took a long time to fetch all of them because the SEC has a pretty low rate limit, so I'm just going to keep them. But definitely stored some, this is not the intention. Hey, thanks, Fed. So you did put it in the other folder. I did, yeah. Hey, hey, Vet, you can just put the exclamation mark skip. Change your background. No, roughly the same. I think my door's just open. Must have put it in here. Oh, I see. I don't know why it likes to put it over here. I don't know. There it is. I must have just missed it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just moving it over. It's nothing too crazy. So the current structure is so the extracted metrics. Gotcha. So they're actually already separated. It's just that oh, and in this case, it actually makes no sense to move it. It's already separated. It's just in our extraction scripts, we just loaded in the wrong data. And that's just how it be. So we just load in the new data, which is located here. Okay, in this case, so basically, I want you to correct my understanding before we continue. It first grabs the SEC filing, it stores it, and then later on, we're using that raw SEC filing data instead of the extracted data with Edgar tools. Also, I'm going to kill this extra vibe to text process. Oh yeah, Boza, you got it. The main reason I tried like warp, and I need to be able to resize the windows and all this stuff. I just don't have a solution for that. But I mean, this works fine. What I'm doing, I don't really see how I could get. Plus, I have hotkeys, so I'll show you on the other screen. Like I can do this, move things around. So I just move it to where it should be. And right now, I'm not using the hotkeys mainly because I have too many open. And I don't have more than 9 hotkeys. Let's do. I actually didn't create a hotkey for where it was. Too much stuff. Apparently, I was pressing the vibe 6. Test. Okay. Oh, still. Test. Already made this, but hold on, did some over here. Test. All right, cool. Duplicate is killed. Close this. All right, so just implement this on a separate page. Make it very similar to this. Just use sample data. So the evaluation data, just use sample data to start. Just make it a file because we're going to wait for this. Grab the ticker. The Rip movie. Great. This is perfect. So I'm figuring out which redundancies we're going to remove. Yeah, that's kind of done. Let's just start with this. We're actually going to cut out Which car? I don't know. What about you? I guess a little test page. Look. This is a little test just to see what it'll look like. Okay, great. I can reuse some things from this extract. I guess we could fix this too. This little jerk. Something happened with the storage. I mean, in the US, but actually, I'm gonna use the one over here. Look at that, Alexa accuracy. Yeah, it's roughly. I'm getting more consistent with the streams. At least timing wise. I don't know. US is a huge place, you know. There's so many. Just depends what you're looking for. All right, so we're gonna debug this issue. You can check the logs, and the deployment. Go ahead and look here. This is the deployment. I should tell it what day, I suppose. Thanks, Fed. Oh, let me see. So z-score. Oh, I see, but it doesn't actually display it, right? It should be the exact same UI almost, so I kind of misunderstood a little bit. So basically, it had a storage issue within the pipeline. We know that because when there is a storage issue, it defaults back to the images. And so in this case, when it was storing this, it's likely that this is a huge amount of historical data and that there was some sort of timeout, is my guess. But go ahead and check the logs, the deployment logs, and we're going to come up with some fix. It's probably going to be either increase the timeout, that's probably the biggest one. Do we already have a v3? I don't think so. Yeah, this is a new file. So we already verified this, so that's fine, but I can run it, I suppose. All right, cool. Let me recheck this. All right, yeah, that's roughly right, but you got a change order like to work on. You got change. I'm not sure. Not really totally sure. Nice. Great. Hey, Vet, I'm not really sure what you're asking there. Yeah, just let me know. So this is good validation, but modify the script to fetch directly from Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that'd be cool. Mm. Good. It was cool. Microsoft's very big, though. There's a lot of teams, and a lot of them are very different, which I learned. Each one is, depending where you are, Xbox, very different from Microsoft News. I think the next thing we're probably going to do here is we're going to make the points a lot less granular for a year. So it should probably be like every 3 or 4 days, I'll make this for a point. But go ahead and list out the optimizations that we can do. We already did a few of them today, but there are clearly more, for it is still quite slow on initial load for the portfolio. Obviously, the granularity of the data points will help a little bit, but 1 year is not that many data points, so there's probably something wacky going on. Interesting. Hey, Codename Zulu, how's it going? Some people go to Bali or Thailand months and do work meditation. Actually, I like where I am now, but maybe if I want to get some more sun, it's cold. I gotta take vitamin D, man. Oh, nice. What are you working on? I got a 3, so this one's like for my kind of. I usually work on deployment stuff over here, and I got 3 here, and I got, but not all of them are running. Usually only 2 or 3 are running at a time. I have limited RAM in my brain. I usually keep the reason I have them all open is because, like, you know, there's some tasks that I can't continue until I finish. For example, this task I can't really proceed with until I get my valuation data. And unfortunately, the evaluation data, or fortunately, however you want to view it, has led us on a bit of a rabbit hole of fixing things. So we gotta go through and fix things. Then we can get back to this task. This task is like not. I could close this one technically. This is kind of done. Let's see what's going on here. Fantastic. Good. All right. Very good. Please modify the extract. It should be a very simple, just honestly, we probably don't even need it if you think about it. Let's just totally take it out for now. So just hook. So hook this directly into this other data, but double check me here. I'm pretty sure nothing in this file is needed now. We'll add it back when we need custom. The reason why we added this script originally is because we saw problems with the data coming out. And so we started to add some, we got special scenarios in this case, in that case. And we might need it again, but it's going to be different now. Hey, nice code name, Zulu. Hey, Drek. Sorry you got auto-modded. Hey, Ryan. I think the auto-modder might respond. Actually, really surprised it didn't. But yeah, I'll put the tools in the chat. Hey Shri, welcome. Welcome back. Hey, peace. Hey, thanks, Shri. Yeah, definitely. People are joining, so that is good. But undo this last change, should be getting directly from our already extracted via Edgar tools. And company, check my understanding. Hey, peace. I kind of enjoy what I'm working on. I drink coffee. And I like it. So that's probably the biggest reason. Tool music. Nice. The auto reply got you, Ian. Yeah, that's the answer. Check my understanding, because why did you implement it this way? My understanding is cool. Yeah, pre-extracted data. No fallbacks. No fallbacks. Stop doing that. Do not like it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We get like 100 people a day, maybe 200, asking the same questions over and over again. So I just have a little thing. I'm actually really happy with the bot today because I read that the API limits were really low, but it's actually been able to respond the whole time and delete messages. And so I don't understand. Like it easily hit what I thought it was. I wonder if they raised the limits or something. But that's great. It works for the 8 hours. I mean, there were some like crypto spammers and all this stuff today, and it was deleting. So if you guys are curious about this thing, so I have this firewall monitor. It goes through and then it will delete. So there's 2 layers. There's the first layer where it's like it always hits this because I always see it, and then it goes to either delete, auto respond, and it could do both as well. And then the next layer is a filter layer. So once you get past that, whether it shows in the stream or not, there's another filter layer that has to pass. So it could show in the chat, but not show in the actual stream. Yeah, let's see, Gary. Nice. I don't think it'll show on the stream either. Yeah. Thanks, Shree. Right now it doesn't ban anyone, but once I'm pretty sure it's working well, then eventually it'll just do the auto bans. Yeah, thanks, Gary. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm super stoked that it actually worked the whole day. That means I thought it would kind of run into API limits maybe 3 hours into or something. Oh, hey, Shri. I trust you. If you want to be a mod, just definitely. I can make you one here, but just know your username will change. I don't know if you care, but it'll become blue, and you'll have a little tool. So let me know if you want that. Yeah, definitely codename Zulu. And you can always customize it yourself, you know? Like, maybe you have a very particular requirements. Like, as far as I know, the exact thing that I built, I've never seen, like, you can do a delete and then a filter, and then you can do auto replies with the LLM. You know, all that stuff, like, that's very custom. Like, there are, like, auto mods, but they're just kind of, you know, they have to work for everybody, so they're much more bare bones, you know? All right, cool. Yeah, Shri, definitely. I appreciate it. Cool. I made you one. All right, guys, I'm probably gonna head out. I'm gonna go probably eat and do other things. Today we worked on a lot of data issues, I would say. We're making good progress. This is for the DCFs in our Data Explorer page, and some of the financial data as well. So we've been working on that. We added the new charts, the D3 charts, to the portfolio page. These are generally faster, especially when switching in between the time periods. However, there's still some optimization to be done. We worked on some usability things as well. Working on our new charts that we're going to start adding. This is we're making the valuation version of this, and these are kind of our little experiments that we're improving before we add to the app. And yeah, and also working on the Great Firewall, which is our little chat monitor mod thing. All right. Yeah, Gary, I do. I have a MacBook M4. Let's see. Actually, I think the auto mod might respond to that. Nice, it does. So you can see Shri there. There it is. All right. See you guys.